Hello there and welcome. Let's see if the stream is working properly. I'm never too sure about these things, you know. When you don't stream for a while, things can change on your computer and, I don't know, maybe you test something else with OBS Studio and you change some options and then something is not exactly the same as it was the last time and there you go, the stream no longer works, right? But my indicator says that I have no dropped frames. My microphone seems to be working fine. Concurrent viewers 1, I'm not sure if that's me or somebody else that has already joined. That would be lovely. Picture is fine. Capture card should be working fine. So what's up, guys? How is your weekend going? And why are you watching a live stream on YouTube during weekend? Why not going out somewhere, enjoying the winter days or something like that? I'm just kidding. I'm not as well doing anything else today, so I thought, like, why not stream something? Concurrent viewers 2. So if that counts, my one view, which I'm using to monitor the stream, then I suppose that somebody has joined. Hello, Chris. Hello, Fedora. Fellow Fedora wearer. Yes. Hello and hello. So what's up on your end? Why are you watching YouTube on weekend and why not spending time outside? Don't look at me. I am actually outside, you know, enjoying the winter days and making a snowman. I'm not exactly here. This is an illusion of a person who is, you know, outside. Oh, COVID crap. I'm sorry about that. I had that crap like 3 times, and it's for some people it's okay, for some it's very bad. I guess I was somewhere in the middle, but it's never a pleasurable experience to have any kind of disease. I just went through let's say mild cold, but it lasted a full month and it was highly annoying to not be able to speak properly for almost a month. 3 concurrent viewers, that's fine. So the idea about this stream is somebody on Odyssey asked me will I show them how to install Debian? And I thought it was like a bit of a funny question because Debian is fairly easy to install. Also, DistroTube made a recent video on how to install Debian, but I actually watched it and the way I install it is slightly different. And somebody did ask me to do this and I'm in the mood for a live stream, so I thought to myself, like, let's record this and live stream at the same time. Maybe we can chat along the way and maybe you can steer me in different directions on what do you want to see during this installation. But generally I just thought that I would install it like I always do. And I can basically do it blindfolded, as I have installed Debian like I don't know how many times, but it's a lot. And I always do it the same way. Yeah, I don't know. I think we should start soon. Do you just like wearing fedoras, or do you work for a company where that's common? If yes, we'd be colleagues. No, I work in IT, and we are a system integrator company, which means that we work for other companies and we prepare solutions for their needs. We don't really sell products, as in that being our primary goal. And we listen to the customer needs, and the customer is always a company. And then we prepare various solutions for them concerning the networking, voice over IP, telephony, like call centers, servers, backup systems. All of that's why it's called a system integrator, right? Because we take a lot of different systems and put them together, right? So we have various departments that deal with servers, telephony, networking, etc. And nobody wears hats. Nobody wears hats. So the actual reason why I have a hat is because I was with my family in London last summer. Not this last summer, but the one before that. And I have seen this one in what do you call it when you are walking down the street and when there is a shop with a window, shop window, I suppose in English. The hat was just looking at me and saying, "Buy me, buy me," and I guess I went into the store and bought it. And as soon as I saw it, I know what I am going to use it for. It's just for this stream, not this stream, but just for this channel. I mean, hey Marin, what's up, Marin? I did not expect any creations this early into the stream, but yes, it's a nice hat. I know. I think we should fire up the installation, which is the point of this stream. So just like always, let me just pick it up. Just like always, not sure if you can see it. This is my ThinkPad T580 on which we are going to install Debian Linux. And I have a Ventoy installer here with Debian ISO. So let me just plug this in. And let's switch to the stream where you can see my laptop directly. And let's press F12 to interrupt the boot menu. So what you're seeing now is directly from the laptop, right? Boot menu, and I need USB hard drive. I think that's the one that we are going to use. There we go. So I have a couple of different operating systems listed here, but today we are installing Debian 12, which I have downloaded previously. I'm not sure if there is a newer version of 12.8, but that doesn't really matter. You can always update after the installation. So let's go boot in normal mode. There we go. So this is just like booting up from a USB stick. So I will not be using graphical install because I never use that one. But just in case you don't know, the graphical install and the normal text install are pretty much the same. It's just that you don't use the mouse. So let's go with regular install. If you have any questions along the way, or you want to steer me in any different direction than I am going, just please type in chat. I will read it all. Maybe with a slight delay, but let me just increase my screen size here so I can see my installer better. There we go. Okay, so select the language. Let's go with English. Country or territory. Let's go to the other. Let's go to Europe, and let's go to my country here. Configure locals. We can use locals, just the United States. This is fine, unless you want everything in Croatian or your own language, then please do pick whatever you prefer. So the keyboard, I will use my own keyboard here, but you can pick English, of course, or whichever you are using. Of course, I have prepared for myself a coffee. So Debian has a couple of various installer disks or images. One of them is net install. This one is perfect for situations where you always want to pull from the internet the latest stuff, and you want the the as little as smallest image as possible, so you can put it on really small sticks. But you always need the internet for that. The way I do it, I always use the kind of DVD image, which is a couple of gigabytes, but it gives me the option to always use the actual offline installer if I don't have the internet. In this case, we are going to use internet. Let me just pull my cable here. This is my internet. Let's plug this in, so we can verify all the latest updates since we actually do have internet connection. Primary network interface, Intel wireless or Intel Ethernet connection. We are going to go with the wired connection, just so that I don't need to type my password for wireless because it's super long and annoying to type. Okay, so the host name of your computer, so that's basically the name of your computer. We can call it, I don't know, Zora. Domain name is most of the time not needed, but the way it might be needed is that if you are a part of some domain, for example, on a college campus or something, when you try to ping some other machines in your local network which are all on the same domain, then you can just use their name without the name without the domain extension, and it will always assume the domain extension, the one that you type here. So in my case, I don't really need this. I will just press enter. What's up, Caden? So the root password, let's type something. Re-enter password. Full name for the new user. So that's my full name, my username, my password. I'm using a rather simple password right now because I'm going to wipe this system after the installation anyway. So partitioning methods. Just woke up, I saw you live and wanted to see you. Thank you very much for joining. Are you having breakfast or drinking, I don't know, coffee or something stronger? How is me? I have been a bit sick for the last month, but I'm pretty good right now. And I wanted to install Linux on stream, so that's what I'm doing right now. So partitioning method, this is a fairly important question for the installation of any Linux, but if you're a beginner, there is a good chance that you are going to back up your existing data on your external drive and then just wipe the entire drive, because that's the easiest method to install Linux, and just let Linux choose everything for you. You can manually partition everything if you know what you're doing, and it's not really difficult to do. It's just that if you don't have the idea of what you want from your partitions in advance, then there is no real point in partitioning if you don't know what you're doing, right? I mean, usually people partition their hard drives because they want to separate certain things. For example, on Linux, it's fairly common to separate the home folder from the rest of the operating system file system, because in home folder, you might want to keep a sort of a backup of your home folder stuff and experiment on the rest of the installation, or maybe you're doing some backup on the whole partition, or maybe you're doing the Butterfile system to do snapshots of just the system but not your home folder. There are many scenarios, but just let's go with the use entire disk. If you want it to be encrypted, feel free to choose the encryption method. It will ask you for a password, but we don't need this this time. Just use the entire disk. and pick your internal hard drive on your laptop or whichever computer you're installing. So this is my external hard drive from which I am installing. So we are obviously not going to install Debian there, but on my internal SSD, which is 1 terabyte. So partitioning scheme, it will ask you for a couple of very simple questions. If you do choose the separate home partition, it will make it automatically for you. It will just not ask you how big you want it. It will just assume how big the base operating system should be. So that might be fine. That might not be ideal for you, but all files in one partition is pretty good. Let me just pull my image a little bit lower so you can see it here. And let's go with all files in one partition. So this is what the system is going to do for us. Let's just pick finish partitioning and write changes to disk so we can move on to the installation. And once again, I'm going to move myself out of the way so you can see that there is a no selected. You have to go left and say yes in order for system to make the ESP partition. That one is for GPT partition table. It is used for booting when you have UEFI system, which is pretty much all of the modern computers. So ESP partition is mandatory. X4 partition is our entire system, and we are going to get a swap partition, usually measured by how much RAM we have in the system. That's how Debian functions. Save changes to the disk, yes, and let's see where this goes. Cadence says that's wonderful. Vlad, it takes me 15 to 20 minutes to install Debian 12 Bookworm. I think that's fair to say, yeah. 15 to 20 minutes is what it usually takes. On this stream, it will obviously take a lot longer since I'm talking too much. But yeah, like 20 minutes is stops for everything to finish. Nino Heidi, sorry, small letters. Nino Heji. Nino Heji, you're doing expert installation, I see. This is not expert installation. This is just a normal installation since I have been doing for the past 30 years or 25. I'm not sure if this is considered expert. It's the only installation that I know of. I mean, there is a graphical install which is pretty much the same as this one. It's just that you're clicking with your mouse, but generally it's the same. So I'm not sure if we should be labeling this one as expert, but I'll take your word for it. Let's move my picture again. So a network mirror can be used to supplement the software that is included in the installation media. So do you want to use the network mirror? The answer is always yes. The location for the network mirror, Debian has a lot of mirror servers. So basically just pick the one that is in your country, because in most cases this one will offer you the fastest downloads and updates. So just pick the one that is being offered because that's usually your country. And in my country, as you can see, there are 5 different servers, and I'm just gonna go with the default one. Proxy, so my internet service provider does not force me to use any proxies. I'm just gonna press enter. It is going to scan the mirror now and start pulling the updates from the mirror compared to what is on my installation media. Open source fiddler, hi. Marin says, just a question, should I install Linux on my computer? I use Windows 10 and I don't have any problems, and my friends tell me that Linux is bad for gaming. That's a good question. I will try to answer this as simple as I can without making it needlessly complicated. But in my opinion, you have two major differences between Windows and Linux. Windows is like proprietary software. It means closed, as in Microsoft, the company that has produced Windows, will never let you see their source code, because if you would be able to see their source code, then you could make a similar product such as theirs and maybe sell it, and that's where they would lose some money. I'm trying to simplify it a lot. I'm just going to halt the installer for a second until I explain it to Marin. Linux is the opposite. Linux is like, how do I put it? If Windows is something like going to the restaurant and ordering a very delicious meal, you will pay for it. It will cost you like, I don't know, 20 euros. It will be delicious, and you will not be able to ask the restaurant how they made it or what's the recipe, because they will not tell you. Linux is the opposite. Linux is when your friends give you the recipe to cook your own lunch, and then you cook your own lunch because you have the recipe. That's the source code for Linux. And if you change something in your recipe, when you get good at programming or cooking, then you will invite your friends over, and they will tell you that they very much love what you have changed in your food, and then you will share your recipe changes with your friends, so they can enjoy your changed recipe for their own and make their own food according to your changed recipe. So this is the open source code nature of free software that makes Linux distributions. So that's kind of the basic difference. I'm not sure if I have managed to explain it super properly, but the idea behind Linux is that you have the freedom to modify your system to your heart's desire. You can change not a lot of it in Linux. You can literally change everything that you want in Linux as the operating system. So from a perspective of someone who is willing to learn a lot and tinker with their computers a lot, and educate themselves and maybe develop your brain a little bit more by learning new things that are somewhat harder to start with in the beginning. It's a really good platform to work with. And regarding video games, if you only use Steam, then video games pretty much work the same as on Windows nowadays, especially if you have AMD Radeon graphics card. Some games that have anti-cheat don't work on Linux, such as Fortnite or Call of Duty or Valorant, something like that. But single-player games, especially the ones on Steam, work just as well as on Windows. So from the gaming perspective, maybe you can send me a message later. I will tell you which games don't work properly on Linux, but there aren't many that don't work. So what you can do is install Linux next to the Windows, so that when you turn on your computer will ask you, do you want to use Windows or Linux today? So that's one of the options where people start learning Linux and still have the option to boot into Windows because they cannot do something in Linux because they don't know how, because they still haven't learned how everything works, right? I don't know. I hope I managed to bring it closer to you if you haven't touched Linux any time before. Nino says it's considered expert since you're not using original Debian installer or lately Calamares. What do you mean not using the original Debian installer, Nino? This is the most original Debian installer that has stayed the same for the past, since forever, since Debian was made, literally like 25 years ago. Calamares, I didn't even know that Debian can do Calamares, but okay, I learn something every day. But okay, fine. Vlad says Stalker 2 goes well on Debian 12. Search for video on YouTube. Nino says Linux is good for gaming, but be careful which distribution you choose because there are quite a few apps that can help with performance but aren't available on all distros. That's true. There are many different Linux distributions. And to add, some distros perform better than others, and that is good for gaming. Yes, that's also true. Marin says, thanks, and I love the way you connected programming and food. It's a fairly workable analogy, I suspect, so that's why I used it. Nino says games that don't work on Linux usually have anti-cheat that work at kernel level. There is a website that's literally called areweanticheatyet.com. I think it's .com. But basically the site is called areweanticheatyet. And on that site, you can find the list of all the video games that use anti-cheat, and it's marked if this game works on Linux or not. So that is a good resource to use if you're interested in online multiplayer games, because most of them do use anti-cheat, and some anti-cheats are enabled on Linux, some are not. Do we wish to participate in the package usage survey? This time I'm going to click yes in order to send Debian a report on what we are installing, because I want them to know what we are doing. Okay, so this is the choice. This is the program called Task Cell. It is literally asking which desktop environment we wish to use. So the default is GNOME. I'm just going to switch to Plasma, or if you guys wish me to install something else other than Plasma, but recently I have been preferring to use Plasma as a desktop environment. So that's what I'm picking here. Web server, you usually don't need that on a personal computer. SSH server, this is always a good idea to have installed if you have any kind of a problem with your computer and you don't want to reset it with a reset button, but maybe try to fix it by logging in remotely from a different computer in your network. Then you can use this, and of course standard system utilities. Nino says that's the first installer. Debian later developed their own installer, which is GUI that make it more user-friendly. Then they partially replace it for Calamares. The GUI one, as I remember it, but I haven't used it for a while, looks pretty much the same as this, just a GUI one. But I'm not arguing anything. I'm just saying that I haven't used any other installer than this one for a very long time, and this one is pretty easy for me to use. Let's continue. Nobody said anything about changing the desktop environment, so I picked KDE. If you will want me to change it later, we can do that later, of course. Retrieving files. So what the system is doing now is it is retrieving files from the installation media and from the internet, depending on which packages have been changed. In the meantime, I have a fairly recent installer media, so I suspect that a lot of it will be installed from the local media. The system is doing its thing. The chat is being a bit quiet. 11 people in chat just watching the progress bar moving from the left to the right. So what else have you been up to for the weekend, except being sick, and for which I'm sorry to hear? Open Source Fiddler says yes, because I am at work, so I needed to do something else. I have seen people using installer you use to perform what is referred to expert install because you can do more than GUI lets you. Okay. Some error alert on this weekend. Okay, Vlad. Maybe I should give a try to the Calamares installer next time. But I have used Calamares on Nitrux Linux, and I don't remember to have. I'm not saying it was bad. I'm just not remembering anything especially cool about that installer. I kind of prefer to get a more granular questionnaire, if this is a good way to say, because generally when you say expert installer, usually it gives a vibe that this is something harder, but this installer I wouldn't call difficult. It's just that it asks a lot of questions, which is, in my opinion, good. What is your favorite theme for Plasma? I use something Mac OS like. I'm not very into. I like to customize my things, but usually with Plasma, it's just like a workhorse for me. It's not something that I usually theme too much, because whenever I steer away from the default theme, then things kind of break up, and it's a lot of work to synchronize everything between Qt software and GTK software, and how Flatpaks work. And you know, when you start theming KDE, it's a little bit a pain in the ass, because I prefer when things are synchronized in a way that everything looks uniform. And there are, of course, some themes that I liked with Plasma more than the default one. But the problem with all of those is that I can't get them to be uniform across all my applications that I used, and that kind of puts me off a little bit. Installation complete. So let's press continue. And mounting, sending reboot, and I have unplugged my installation media, and we are now supposed to be booting into the Debian system, right? So this is the default GRUB boot up. Vlad, with Hyprland, that's something that I would like to theme for myself a little bit, because the default kind of one is not very pretty looking. So let's go into this. Okay, Marin. See you later. We are now into a dual screen mode. Let's go with configure display settings. Let's go with 100% on both of my screens. The internal one and the external one. You're watching the external one on the screen, on the stream. However, what I want to do here, am I blind? Where is the join button to use the same display on both outputs? Let's just press Super and P. Let's do it like this. Where's my mouse? Extend, unify outputs. Apply and keep. Okay, this should be it. Okay, so now the screens are the same. Let's go to install some software because the installation is finished. It didn't take 20 minutes, but we are pretty much done. Unable to load, repository is not available. The network is available. Why not? Let's refresh. The repository CD-ROM. Why is CD-ROM still selected? That makes no sense. So this is something that we might need to fix by using the console, but let's try like a noob one more time to see if we can change it through the discover. So settings, CD-ROM. Okay, I wanted to use this with a text editor, but this is the easier way. So just deselect the installation media because we are not going to use that anymore. We're not going to use that anymore, but we will use Flatpak. However, we will not use snap this time, and let's go to the update and refresh this time. Now it should be okay. We can install your theme Aurora in a minute. Let's install, I don't know, Fedora Media Writer. All applications, Fedora. Why is this not? I think we need to log out or reboot for the Flatpak integration with, actually no, it's here somewhere. The Flatpak and the Discover integration. It's under settings. Add FlatHub. That's what I forget. That's what I forgot. Fetching updates. I think they could do a better job at giving people a message that something is going on, because it says fetching updates, but not in a way that people would notice immediately. So let's go with Fedora because I want to fetch Fedora Media Writer. So the way this works is that it is going to tell you where it is pulling your software from, and I have intentionally used the FlatHub repository because I want to pull Fedora Media Writer. This is my favorite tool for writing ISO images to the flash drive for installing Linux. We are not going to install another Linux now. I just want to show you this software. It's really easy, and it supports all of the ISO images, not just Fedora. Oh, it's intended to be used with Plasma 6. Okay. Well, we are going to find some nice theme to change it a little bit just for funsies. This is the Flatpak backend pulling a lot of packages right now, not just Fedora Media Writer. It's usually the first time it's usually pulling like 6 or 7 packages, and this is something that I can prove easily. Console Flatpak list. So right now it has pulled already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 packages. And let's do it again. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 packages. Okay, so 7 different things have been pulled just in order to be able to install Fedora Media Writer. So let's launch this one. I just want to show it to you. It's nothing really special, but it's a nice piece of software, and I have no idea why it hasn't started yet. Let's launch it again. I have no idea what's going on. Let's launch it for... Actually, the integration with the whole Flat Hub system might not entirely be finished without the reboot, or at least logout. So let's do one restart just for a quick fix with the Flat Hub. I'm fairly confident that I could have done just a logout for this. Because Flatpak system is user dependent and not system dependent, so it is what it is. Nino is being smart, I can see, but yes, that's true. That's true. Okay, so Fedora Media Writer. Let me just show this to you quickly. So if you are installing any version of Fedora, then you will download automatically and go next, and then pick one of these official editions, Atomic Desktops. Let's say if you want Silver Blue, which is the immutable version of Fedora, just go with that, go with next. It will automatically download Fedora without opening your web browser. It will ask you to choose to which USB stick you want to flash it, and that's pretty much it. You have a installation media for Fedora. If you want to flash on your USB stick any other Linux system, then you can just download the ISO image, go with select ISO image, next select it from here, just pick from the file picker your ISO image, then select which USB drive, press next, and you're done. You have the installer ready for your preferred Linux of choice. So this system is very good. And one other very important part of this Fedora Media Writer is I'm not sure has this happened to any of you previously, but sometimes it happens to me when I flash some operating system installers, like some Linuxes. When I flash them to USB sticks, I am unable to restore them to their original state for some reason. I mean, I can, but it takes a bit of effort in order for other softwares to recognize the stick as a functional stick once again. So what Fedora Media Writer can do, if it detects that you have a USB stick with a Linux installer on it, it will give you a third option, which will say restore this USB stick to their default state, which is basically, it is going to wipe the stick and just put one regular partition on it so it can be used for regular files. So this is pretty neat because it just like one click fix my USB stick and make it work like normal stick again. This is one of the biggest reasons why I use Fedora Media Writer. So just so it can fix my sticks when they go, when they appear to be broken or something, for having some weird partitions on them. So do we want to install a theme or update the system a little bit? I want to update the system a little bit more. Let's see if we can use Discover to add backports, because if you are installing Debian 12 in the beginning of 2025, there is a very good chance that you are having a somewhat newer computer and you will need somewhat newer kernel than the version 6.1. So you will need backports in order to install the official Debian kernel, but newer version. So let's go to settings and see if there is backports here to be clicked. Not really. All right, let's go. Let's do it manually. Let's do this manually. Can we increase the font? Yes, we definitely can. Mila, is it Mila? Yep, Mila Hoffman. Plasma 6.2 is already in Debian SID. You can use it now if you want. I don't want to mix things right now. The idea of this stream is to make a video about how to install Debian stable. So for Debian stable, I will only use the things that I consider to be in line with what makes a stable distribution still stable. So FlatHub is a good choice for adding newer programs to underlying stable distribution, and also installing newer kernel, because why not? But yeah, let's update the kernel. Can we use sudo here by default? Yeah, I suppose not. Let's go with su. Let's do it like that. Let's edit our sources list and see if the backports is already here. Backports is not listed here. But we can add it. I actually forgot where I need to put it exactly. So we will use some help. I'm not sure if I need to put backports just in line with one of these lines, but we are going to quickly find out. Let's full screen this one and magnify so that it is readable. Updates and backports. In order to use these archives, your lists all required archives as the following. Where's backports? Bookworm, backports. Okay, so it's just one extra line, because these 3 lines we already have. I think we should be good with this. Sorry if I screw up something, but we should be fine. Apt install Emacs. So the reason why I'm installing Emacs like this is because by default it is going to pull version 28 from the Debian stable repository, and then we're going to upgrade it for the latest version from backports, just so you can see how things work. Let's just pull everything that is needed so you can see what is being installed. So you can see it's a bit fast running, but you can see that it's installing Emacs 28. Crap, it's not version, but we can do it like this. About Emacs, see here, it says where we are, GNU Emacs 28.2. So let's just, where's my control, XC, okay. So let's install Emacs again, apt install -t for the repository that we wish to use, which is Bookworm backports, and once again we want the Emacs package, and now it's going to pull something else, and this is going to be Emacs 29.4. Let's move my, sorry about that. Okay, Emacs, and there we have it. We are now on Emacs 29.4. So if you are Emacs user, this is the most convenient way to pull the latest version while using the stable operating system. Unfortunately, not many software is available on Debian backports, but some of the more interesting ones are pretty much available. So one of them is Emacs. This is something that I use, and one of the important ones is the kernel. So let's go with the latest kernel. Just use the same command and type Linux image, and this is not Linux image, AMD 64. Okay, so we are now jumping from 6.1 to 6.11. Linux latest is 6.12. However, it is not yet in Debian backports, and since 6.12 is the upcoming LTS, or maybe even current one, this is the kernel that is going to end up in Debian 13 to be released sometimes during this summer. I would expect Debian backports to stop updating the kernel in the backports once they go with the 6.12, simply because everything kind of all the development in Debian SID unstable and testing kind of slows to a halt when the new version of Debian stable is being released. So I think the 6.12 is going to be the last one available in backports. If you're using wireless, there is a good chance that you will need the latest firmware that goes with the latest kernel. Otherwise, your wireless might stop working if you just upgrade the kernel like this. So just change the image for the word firmware, or maybe without this. I'm pretty sure I had it written. Okay, silly me. it's like this. So we need to pull the latest firmwares for everything that we are pulling. It's a good idea to always read the notes that pop up on your screen, especially if you have some of these hardware, just to understand what is going to change. I pressed Q so we can continue the installation, and then we will reboot the system to the new kernel. As I said, if you're using a stable operating system such as Debian stable, this is a really neat way for them to provide for us, like stable users, the fairly latest kernel, so we can enjoy the newer hardware support while still being faithful to the stable. I'm missing a word in English, but the philosophy of using a stable operating system, like the opposite of using the rolling distributions, such as Debian Seed or Arch Linux or stuff like that. So for the home usage, I use Arch Linux now because I really love to test all the latest software, and the Arch Linux provides very, very, very good balance for my home needs. However, I use Debian stable for my work laptop, because for my work laptop I really cannot afford to have any surprises when I come to work in the office. My laptop needs to work exactly the same as it has always been working yesterday and the last week and last month and last year. So that's where Debian stable is very good at. So let's just reboot the whole. Actually, let's just reboot this way. My coffee gone cold, but it's still tasty. If you go to advanced options for Debian, you will see that it is now offering 6.11 and 6.1, which was the original kernel. So you can still pick the older one, but I just went back one step with escape button, and I'm just gonna press Debian default boot button, which boots the latest kernel that we have installed. So you don't really need to touch anything while booting. I'm just showing you how you can boot into the previous kernel if you need it for any reason. That is until you uninstall it. You can uninstall the previous kernel. I have no clue what is on hold right now. This did not need to happen, I think. I have never seen this screen halt on this position. Let me just unplug the HDMI cable for a second to see on my internal screen what's going on. This is pretty not good. Let's try Ctrl-Alt-Delete to help it to reboot, and it's not reacting. The system is frozen, and I have no idea why. So I'm just going to force kill it with the power button. And turn it on again. So I suspect this could be a software problem, because I don't think this laptop has any hardware issues. Now I'm just not touching anything, but let's see what happens. So one of the reasons why you might want to keep the older kernel is a situation like this, but now it booted. Maybe we should have waited in the first place. Maybe it wasn't stuck. Maybe I overreacted, I don't know. Debian 12 not so stable. Well, nothing is perfectly stable. It's just the idea. I'm just going to sell you my own example. Nothing else. It's up to all of you to pick your distribution of choice for your use case, right? The the reason why I use Debian stable at work is because at home I use Linux, while at work I want the operating system out of my way. I'm not sure if that makes sense, because at work I do my work and I don't do Linux. I just use Linux in order to do my work. So the rolling distribution would make my actual work, which pays my bills, a little bit harder, because if things change, then I would have to work on repairing these things, which is perfectly acceptable at home, because at home Linux is my hobby, while at work Linux is not my hobby. It's just a tool that is the underlying base for the actual tools that get the job done. You could use Arch pretty much in the same way as Debian, but you'd need LTS kernel instead of standard, because LTS kernel would give you stability you need. LTS kernel is not the only thing that provides the operating system stability. For example, if you use KDE, I use KDE at home, and one of the latest KDE updates made my networking a bit messed up, because it was showing twice the network adapters of all of my network adapters. And at work I have like 15 networks adapters on my laptop, most of which are VPN connections. So having 30 network adapters because of the KDE bug in the 6.2 version is not something that I would want to deal with for a full month or so, while I was waiting for this crap to be patched on Arch Linux, and through the upstream from KDE development team. It's how do I put it? There are some bugs in KDE 5.27.5, which is on Debian stable, but these are bugs that I am already used to, and I expect to see them every day, and I just ignore them. I don't want new bugs. This is not something that I even want to discuss. I'm just giving you my perspective, because I really don't think that I'm going to use a rolling distribution at work. Probably never. However, at home, absolutely yes. Rolling desktop packages are probably the source of most issues for most users. They are probably more important for stability than the kernel. I think I would agree with that, because kernel is very, very well tested, and even when the new kernel comes out, it has already passed like 7 release candidates and has been approved by Linus Torvalds, and it does not even go to the Arch main repository before they test it through the Arch testing phase, which happens after the official release of the kernel. So there is a lot of testing going on before it gets into my hands. Let's log in. Let's start up console and pin it here, because we will use it again in the future. Uname, so we are on 6.11.10. This is good. We have been up for fairly small amount of time. Let's use This is one of the tools that I have recently discovered. I have always been using this one. Actually, that one needs to be installed as well. So this is the regular top command, which everyone knows. This is the one that I have been using for the past many years, and it's my preferred top display. It's very practical, and it's available in every repository. However, this one I have discovered very recently, and I find it pretty, like, it's pretty, right? It gives me some new information, and it's fairly nice. I don't have any special superlatives to say about this B-top, but it's pretty cool. Let's go to change a theme finally. Which is why Nino mentioned LTS kernel for Arch Linux, since Arch Linux is by default rolling, but LTS kernel makes Arch similar to stable distros and you don't get bleeding edge packages. That is actually not correct, Nino. When you pick long-term support kernel, all you get is being stuck with the kernel version 6.6 at today's date, but you still get the latest packages from KDE Plasma and everything else. It's just that you're stuck on the last year's kernel. That's all it takes for the. It does give you a little bit of potential instability fix because the latest kernel might have a new bug, but most of the times kernel is not the main issue of instability. Shall we zoom in a little bit? Let's go with 150, not this way. Let's go with display settings again and increase the zoom so that everyone can read on stream. 125 should be okay. Why isn't it applying to both screens at once? This is so stupid. I mean, if I have selected my both screens to be in sync, then one would expect that zooming in would zoom in on both of them at once, so that they don't become desynchronized. But I guess one expects too much from KDE team sometimes. Yeah, that's the point. I am not looking for a stable Arch because Arch is a balance between what people call stable and what people call bleeding edge, right? It's a very good balance in that sense. Teams, Plasma. Where are teams? I keep forgetting. Help me out with teams. Where are teams? A stable Arch would take all the fun away and the reason we use it to try out the latest stuff. Exactly that. Actually, the future operating system that is called KDE Linux is going to be based on Arch, and it is going to be fairly stable because they're going to take regular snapshots of Arch packages for their future immutable distribution. Guys, help me out. Where are teams in KDE, or am I blind? Add-ons, application add-ons. appearance, get new themes. All categories are missing. Intriguing. Yeah, thank you. Found it. It says loading. What is it doing for this long? Or better question, why? Let's just test if our internet is working. The internet works fine. Get new global themes. I don't think that we have a network issue. I mean, the DNS resolve works fine. Network connection works fine. I can show you the web browser. My website works pretty good. Loads up just fine. What this is doing, I would say that it is refreshing its database, but that should happen faster than this is happening. Like, my stream might suffer when I run this test, but I just want to show you my network speed at the moment, so that you can see that it's not really a problem with the speed on my end. And now my upload for the stream will probably crack a little bit because it's taking all of the upload bandwidth for the measurement. But yeah, the speed on my end should be fine. Do you want me? Let's I don't know. Let's log out. Let's log out. I just want to change something for startup and shutdown. Auto start. There are no user specified auto start. Okay, background systems. This is fine. Start with an empty session. This is what I want. This is what I want. I don't want it to remember anything being open. Let's log out. It finally remembered that I want my screens to be synchronized. So that's good. Let me just check the zoom level. Oh, the zoom is fine. So we went to settings. We went to appearance. And we need to get a new global theme. All categories are missing. I mean, we can check if everything is up to date. I haven't set up sudo yet, so it's not working for user Dart. There is nothing to update. Oh, it wants to remove my old kernel. I guess we can do that. There's nothing else to be removed. I'm kind of puzzled here. Let's ask the internet. We will read this. We will read this one. And maybe this one. All categories are missing. I think it's just you, mate. Could be a local thing. Type info on the desktop, go to the About Settings page, and copy to clipboard. Known issue 9 days ago. Okay. I mean, this is from November. Hey, Cal. Hi, Dart and everyone else. Thank you for your videos. It's always good to have another Linux enthusiast from who to learn. Thank you very much for joining the stream. We have, I'm not sure if you just joined. I suspect that you have. We have installed Debian stable. We have updated the kernel and a couple of small things, and basically we are done with the installation. So when the stream is done, I'm going to compile this as a short installation video of maybe 10 minutes. But right now we are just fooling around with trying to install KDE Themes because it's a bit stuck. It's not working. If you're using a truly ancient version of Plasma, I would strongly recommend upgrading. Okay, I mean, it's not ancient, it's the latest LTS version, so it's not the latest LTS version, but it is the LTS version. It could be an issue with Plasma 5.27.5 in Debian, because .11 is the latest one, but it's not available in Debian. This is something that I have said a couple of times that I don't like with Debian for not updating Plasma to 5.27.11, because there is no reason for them not to update it to the latest hotfix from upstream. Oh, this one is using 5.27.11 and also has the same problem. Okay, so that's so updating Plasma does not fix the problem. So what the other guy says, December 2024. Okay, this is the new one. I guess something is broken on the back end of KDE, since more people are having similar issues, so there is no point in... let me just see it on my desktop. Let me just see it on my desktop. HDMI capture. So what you are seeing here is not my laptop, but my Arch install. This is the what you're seeing here is the screen on the PC from which I am streaming this stream, right? So let's go here. This search is not that smart. quick settings. Where is the about? I'm so stupid sometimes. Okay, anyways, it's the latest KDE that is currently in Arch. That's all you need to know. Let's go to the get new themes. Use caution when accessing user-created content shown here. It may contain stuff. So let's see if we can. I don't want to install anything on my actual system. I just wanted to see if it will work, and it definitely does work. Well, I guess the KDE 6 is currently being supported, while KDE 5 is not. Help. Okay, we are back to the... where is my stream chat here? Backup the following file and then edit. User share, look and feel. Okay, let's try to do that. User share. Okay. Look and feel. Let's copy that to the root folder. Look and feel. Update categories equals 121. Categories equals 121 with categories equals global themes Plasma 5. Are you sure we don't need to just change the number? I'm doing exactly what you said. Aleister, hello and welcome to the stream. We have installed Debian 12 and updated the kernel, and we are now fooling around with themes that are currently not working properly. Okay, let's go to the settings again. Do you want me to log out? I'm just reading once more what you wrote. Categories global. This is a Debian stable on which we have only changed. We have only added the backports and installed the latest Emacs and latest backports kernel, which is 6.11. And the reason for all of this is because I want to make a short video about how to install Debian. But as I said, we are now fooling around with stuff that don't work at the moment. Let's log out. Let's log out and see if this applies the change in that file that Milo said. Since you're already in terminal, can you log out then log in using systemctl or something else? I did log out, but terminal was not the thing that was needed to log out. Let's go to the okay, thank you. This fixed it, but what is the reasoning behind this problem? What has KDE theme changed in order to make this non-functional for KDE 5 users? And which theme do you want me to install now that this is working? Maybe we can go most downloaded first and just choose the most popular one. Sweet Mars, maybe. Pardon my poor phrasing. Can terminal be used to log out, then back in instead of using the GUI? Can terminal be used to log out? That's a very good question. You can kill your GUI session with a command for sure. You can use the SDDM. You can tell SDDM to restart. I think that will kill your entire session. I'm not entirely sure, but we can try. But if you're using a GUI, why would you start the terminal just to log out? Usually you will use the terminal maybe to tell the system to go to sleep, or if you're working a lot in the terminal, or to sleep or reboot or halt or power off. The using the terminal to log off is not a particularly typical scenario, I would say. Nordic theme. Let's find Nordic theme. Nordic with 2 Ds does not appear to exist. Nordic with 1 D does exist. Nordic darker, bluish. Let's go with the darker one. Okay. I'm more of a window manager user these days. I'm used to killing the session using keyboard shortcuts. Keyboard shortcuts, yes, definitely. I guess you can look up on the internet what's the keyboard shortcut to kill the KDE session. I just I know which one is default on Hyprland. I just don't know about KDE. Dbus backend error. Okay, we got more KDE theming errors. Could not contact the helper. Connection error. Did not receive a reply. Possible causes include the remote application did not send a reply. Interesting. And one more error. I don't think that new users would appreciate having this many errors, because it's just not a pleasant experience. I mean, it's good for us to toy around and fix it. Amir, hello and welcome to the stream. Let's press the install button once more. Download failed error. Okay, this is reaching a ridiculous level of non-enjoyment. In DWM, it's usually Shift-Alt-Q or Alt-Shift-Q. Yeah, but we are not in DWM. I can press this combination, Shift, Alt, and Q. Shift, Alt, Q did nothing. Keyboard shortcuts. Session management. Logout, Control Alt Delete, but that's not actually logout. That will just show me the logout dialog. Logout without confirmation. So there you have it. By default, it's nothing. It's not. There is no shortcut. So if you can go, I just typed Control Delete and I got this. So I guess you can just press Enter after this, which is fine. If you want more direct shortcut, you need to bind it on KDE. I don't want to fool around with themes anymore. This is clearly not operational enough at this point in time, and maybe a transition to KDE Plasma 6.2 is now required, since that's what is working on my Arch install. Maybe we can try, I don't know, Xftsue. Do you want to see that one? But it's the old one, not the new one that was released a couple of weeks ago. So that's not going to be fun. Just like anything on Debian stable is going to be fun in the year of when the follow-up Debian stable is going to be released. This is the one that I have downloaded and installed. Default theme for Debian 13 announced. Attracting newcomers. Let me just move my mic a little bit. How does this sound? It's still fine. In my own talk, I regret not leaving enough time for questions. My apologies for this. Oh, this is from a DebConf. Someone is personally convinced that their challenges extend beyond just documentation. I don't get the impression that newcomers are lining up to join Debian only to be deterred by inadequate documentation. The issue might be more about fostering interest and engagement in the first place. My personal impression is that we sometimes fail to convey that Debian is not just a product to download for free, but also a technical challenge that warmly invites participation. Well, this is I agree with this. This is one of the most challenging things about all Linux distros, especially the root ones like Debian, Fedora, Red Hat. Not exactly Red Hat, but you know what I mean, like Slackware, Arch Linux, and similar, right? All of these root distributions are designed in order to attract more developers and people who are willing to contribute their time into packaging and maintaining packages and helping the distribution grow. Because if there was no Debian, then there would be no Ubuntu, and if there was no Ubuntu, there would be no Linux Mint. Maybe it would be, because they are now also based from Debian, but without Debian there would be no a whole lot of distributions. And the same goes for Fedora and whatever comes out from them. And also Arch Linux is doing a lot of heavy lifting since a lot of years at this point. Amir says, good luck. Thank you for attending the stream, Amir. Have a nice day. And have a nice, make a nice snowman in your city. I know you have a lot of snow. But yeah, the main one of the main problems or challenges with all of the main Linux distributions is attracting people who will participate. The thing is, last year I was considering joining Debian and participating in maintaining at least one package that I guess nobody wanted to maintain, and I was looking through the abandoned packages maintenance requirements, but the how do I put it? The barrier that I stumbled upon is that Debian has a very, very difficult onboarding process. Basically, what they want from you or from me, if I want to help Debian, they want me to prove myself worthy of working for free for them, and they want me to prove my worth to them. They want me to find a sponsor who will vouch for me that I am worthy to work for free for Debian. And by sponsored, it means a long-time Debian developer who is willing to put their name behind my name, so that we are both like a godfather and that kind of a relationship. This is how Debian developers function, right? It's not necessarily a bad way to deal with things and newcomers, but it's slightly above what I can I cannot put this in English very well, but I don't have enough free time to prove my worth to Debian at this point in time. So if I will participate in helping some major distribution anytime soon, and if I find enough time to actually do that and commit, this is probably going to be Arch Linux, simply because I'm using it more than I use Debian at the moment, and the onboarding to Arch Linux is a bit simpler, because on Arch Linux you can just join the Arch user repository and pick the package that you want to maintain, and the way you grow and learn is by packaging it on our, and through the time people will use our package and will vote it up, and once you get a lot of votes on your Arch user repository package, it might get transferred to the extras, right, of the Arch main repository. I have simplified it a lot than what it really is, but generally it's a bit easier than it is on Debian, because Debian people they ask a lot more. Amir is looking at Dragon Age. What do you mean looking at Dragon Age? You mean like a movie, TV show, or a game? Debian welcomes its new outreachy interns. Debian continues participating in Outreachy, and we are excited to announce that Debian has selected 2 interns for the Outreachy December round. Patrick will work on automatic third-party driver update, and Divine will work on making the Debian main website more attractive by switching to Hugo as site generator, and some more news from Debian. Let's see what happens when we type Debian 12. Explaining computers, Learn Linux TV, Tech Hunt, something sponsored, the Linux Experiment, Linux Tex, Michael Horn, Linux Ort, Linux Tex, Linux Cast. I know this guy. "12 things you must do after installing Debian 12. I bet one of these 12 things don't work at the moment. Debian is 30 this year, says Veronica. Let's chat for a bit before we close the stream. Do you have any questions? Because I don't think we need to do anything else on this installation. It works pretty well. Open Source Fiddler, there is one good YouTube channel. It's called Open Source Fiddler. Okay, let's check out that guy. Open Source Fiddler, 16 subscribers. That's good. That's good. And 3 videos. Pinebook Pro, rest in peace. Pinebook Pro. So this is where the Pinebook Pro was alive, and this is after it died. 5 distros to watch in 2025. Okay. So for my stream, if you think that this channel is something of your interest, you can subscribe to Open Source Fiddler because the guy is in the chat right now. I don't mind recommending. Do you know Gardiner Bryant's channel, formerly known as the Linux Gamer? I remember that name. I don't think I'm subscribed. How it's spelled? Gardiner. Like this. Ah, okay. I know who that is. Yeah, I think I'm subscribed. I think I'm subscribed to that guy. Fediverse enthusiast and a Linux fan. What was the question? Do I know this guy? So the answer is pretty much yes. I just had to remember. Open Source Fiddler says, thank you. Once you will be famous, you will invite me to your yacht. Yachts are very expensive. Don't do that. Maybe just buy I don't know, a Linux computer, or like 5,000 Linux computers worth of one yacht or more. Northern Chimp is lurking, hands busy since the beginning. Learn things. Thank you. Thank you for listening. I have put both of my legs on my chair, so it's like a little bit more comfy here. Feel free to spam the chat a little bit. Just type whatever comes to your mind. I will do my best to answer everything you can come up with. It doesn't really have to be Linux related, because the whole idea behind this Debian install is pretty much done at this point, and I have enough material to make the actual video, which is going to be long, like maybe 10 minutes. Install Gento? Well, not today. Not today. We will install Gento, just not today. There were a lot of good channels, Open Source Fiddler says. I remember that one was installing Linux on very old computers, an old Apple laptop or even a Pentium 1. And no, it's not Action Retro. I have a plan to install Linux on my old computer, which is Athlon based. The name of the CPU is Athlon 2500 plus, and the code name was Barton. And I have a motherboard with NVIDIA Enforce chipset. I think it has 1.5 gigabytes of memory. I'm not sure if I have a graphics card for that board. I will try to find one. I'm not sure if I have a power supply. I need to dig that out as well, but that one will be interesting. I'm just not sure if I want to stream that live, or because it could take a lot of time to get this Linux up and running. It could be a very painful live stream if I do that on live, because I haven't used that computer for 20 years. It's pretty old. Athlon 64. I'm not sure what's it called. I'm just going to pull it up. Wiki Athlon 2005 plus. So this is this CPU. List of Athlon CPUs. There we go. So 1833 megahertz from 2003. So it's 22 years old, or maybe 21. Yeah, but that's the one. That's the one I have. Install NetBSD on such a machine if you have a non-NVIDIA GPU. I have no clue if I even have a graphics card for that motherboard. I have a couple of new graphics cards that fit on the PCI Express, so those will certainly not work on this motherboard, because that one I think has a GP slot. I'm pretty sure, so I need to dig through my old GRUB and maybe find an AGP graphics card. I have a lot of junk, so I am fairly confident that I will be able to assemble a whole computer fully functional. Alistair says, I think for that Athlon computer you should use a capture card so you don't lose performance while live stream. Of course I will use a capture card. That is absolutely that is absolutely what I'm going to do, because I cannot record or stream the installation while it's installing, you know. Even if it's not about the performance, you just cannot capture the install unless you use the capture card. That's the only way. I mean, for this, I can lift it up a little bit. Let me just switch to my camera. So what we have been installing today, it's this laptop, right? It's also a capture card. I don't work with virtual machines. I don't work with virtual machines for one simple reason, is because all of the actual Linux operating systems are usually used on the actual machines. So the actual experience between the virtual machine and the real computer can vary very much, because for example, I was testing Nitrux Linux a couple of times, and the operating system by default, when you install it and when you close the laptop lid, it goes to sleep, and when you open up the lid, it's completely frozen. In the virtual machine, this does not happen. It functions fine, but on my laptop, it just doesn't work. It's screwed up. So I think it is quite good to provide to actual people the installation on the actual hardware. So that's why I use the capture card. I mean, I can use virtual machines to test various new desktops. That would be fine. I'm catching up with chat. Alistair says, I think for that Athlon computer you should... okay, that's what I read. Carl says, I recently installed Sparky Linux on an old HP laptop that was running slow, even on Linux Mint. It was for my grandchildren who sometimes have to play Tux games and G-Compress. I actually don't know what that is. Also, some of the same games are available on Android via F-Droid app, which my grandchildren also like. Okay. But the question is, does the Athlon XP run Crysis? I don't know. Doom 3 might work. I'm just not sure how well can we make games work through Proton on Linux on such an old computer. This is something that would need a little bit of trial and error. Northern Chimp says, how can I check if a mirror ships directly up-to-date packages before adopting it? My installed default still has Node.js 12 and currently it's 22. Needless to say, I installed the official source. Northern Chimp, you need to clarify this question a little bit. Are you referring to Linux Mint or Linux Debian mirror, or which mirror are we talking about? Alistair says Half-Life 2 Mint. So you're talking about Linux Mint mirror. Well, Linux Mint has their own repository, and the Linux Mint mirrors have the exact same repository as the main one. That's why they are called mirrors. It's literally the same packages across all of the mirrors. So if Linux Mint generally does not offer you the latest packages that you need, then mirrors also will not offer you the latest packages. But if you need the more up-to-date Node.js packages, you might be able to do it a different way. Maybe use DistroBox. Do you know how to use DistroBox? This is a fairly good way for software developers that for example, want to use this version of Linux distribution, but maybe they need some newer development versions of software. So you can use DistroBox to use Debian SID, for example. That one is fairly popular for developers, and just use DistroBox with Debian SID in order to get the latest Node.js packages and whatever you need for your development. It's fairly easy to use. Let's try it here. Northern Chimp guide me through Node.js installation, because I'm not a programmer and I don't know what is needed. Sorry, I'm just looking which package could be the core package. Help me out, chat. How to install Node.js for development purposes? Ora says hi guys and welcome to the stream, Ora. Ora asks, are you switching back to Debian? No. Someone from my video comments asked me if I could do a video about how to install Debian. So I just was thinking about doing the short video about how to install Debian, but then I changed my mind and I just wanted to do a live stream on how to install Debian. And we have already installed it, it's finished. And now we are just fooling around. So from this live stream, I'm going to make a 10-minute video on how to install Debian. But yeah, we're just fooling around. How to install Node.js is the question now on Debian stable, and then I'm going to show you how to do the same thing with the DistroBox. Northern Chip, I installed the Node official apt repo manually using their instructions on GitHub. Alistair, I think it theoretically be possible to install Doom 3 with a source port, even classic Doom. Okay, we will get to that once we get that computer all assembled, right? Gcompress is a comprehensive educational software that uses many activities for learning for very young children. Well, actually, this is an interesting topic. I just want to check that out quickly. It is made by KDE. My daughter is a bit older, but this sounds fine. I want to see what this is. Okay, I think I'm getting a fairly good idea what this could be. It's for a little bit younger kids. Computer discovery, keyboard, mouse, touchscreen, reading letters, words, arithmetic, canal, lock, water cycle, renewable energy, countries, regions, culture, chess memory, color, shapes. Okay, this is good. It has some music in the background, but I don't think that my microphone is going to pick it up. Do we want to download the following external assets? Voices for the language, full word image set, background music, yes. Get everything. Restart any activity. Baby keyboard. Okay, I'm going to study this offline after the stream, because I don't think that this will be very interesting to the stream, but it is interesting to me, because I know some kids that could be maybe neat way to make them learn things through this and discover Linux through time by using stuff like this. The only thing I would worry about on that machine is the OpenGL version, depending on the graphics card you choose. Yeah, because the graphics card is going to be very old, and that is going to be a problem. So we will see. We will see. I guess I could do that for everything I install, but a centralized management is practical. I guess it might switch to base Debian if it's a Mint problem. Mint is based on either Ubuntu or Debian, depending on which Mint you picked. So I don't think it is a problem. Okay, so Android, CentOS, Debian, binary distribution available from node source. Debian versions, Debian 12 supported. Let's do it exactly as instructions said, so we can see how it goes. We don't need sudo. Download setup script. Run the script with sudo. We don't need to do that. We can just execute it this way. Or added repositories. Okay. Wrong paste button always. NodeJS 23.5. So what was the problem, Northern Chimp? This could not have been easier. This is a stable Debian, the same system as Linux Mint Debian edition uses. So it's like a 1 minute work to get the latest version. Carl says its FOSS has an article titled Linux for Education, Best Distribution for Kids, Teachers and Schools. Maybe this will help for your daughter and anyone else interested in Linux for children. My daughter is 12 and she uses Debian on her laptop. It's just that she's not that skilled in the essence of the manipulating with the operating system. She is more like a general user of the system. She just does not have Windows, but rather Debian. Best Linux for kids is Linux from scratch. In theory, you could be correct if you are referring to kind of a smarter children, which you want to introduce into the world of computers by making them learn how to build their own operating system. So from that perspective, you could be very much correct, as this could be a very good way to learn what they did with their computer and how they got to the point of having the actual operating system on their computer, because they all made with their own hands. And I don't actually think that this is unfeasible. I think this is actually quite possible if you navigate carefully, because it's very easy to alienate young persons who are not interested in this kind of content. It's sort of like school. You have a lot of kids, even me and probably you. I guess a lot of kids have been at one point and in their school life where they said, why do I need to learn all these different classes? Like, why do I need math? Because I'm not interested in math. I like art. I'm going to be a painter, or I'm going to be a singer. So, like, I don't want to learn math. Why am I being forced to learn math? And then you have another kid, which is very much born to be a programmer, and this kid excels at math, and this kid hates history classes. This kid just really does not want to learn what happened in the past. They just want to learn math and programming. And you have all kinds of different kids, including myself, who have at one point questioned why do they need, why are they forced to attend certain classes, right? So on some kids, if you give them Linux from scratch classes from their young age, some of them might very much like it if you're a good teacher, but just as well, some of them might hate your classes. So that's my honest opinion. Or GUIX, and not even starting with the real computer, but first learning scheme from a book and then configuring GUIX. My previous answer still stands. I suspect this is the article. Endless OS, this is the immutable system, if I recall. Mix, never heard of it. Zorin for education, okay. That one does not exist anymore, I think. Which date is this article? Oh, 22. I don't think that Zorin education exists anymore, but I might be wrong. Kano OS for Raspberry Pi, okay. academics, sugar. Debian for education. Also, I am unsure that this still exists, and I would say no. But I'm going to read through this article later on. Please spam the chat. If the chat is not being spammed by you, then then I will not spam you back with my voice, and then we have a awkward moment. My dog is sleeping here on the bed and making weird dreamy noises, having some doggy dreams. Spam, spam, spam. That's a low effort message. That's a low effort one. So where were we? Old computer install, a possible issue with a graphics card being too old in order to get games. Okay, that's a second problem that we are going to have after we even make the Linux operational, right? So first to assemble the PC, then to install anything functional, and then the games will be the last thing to do. I think there is no need for a specific education distro. It was when you needed to have everything on the installation media back when internet was not that common. That is something that I very much agree with. And any Linux distribution is a good educational one if you are a good teacher. For learning Arch, would you recommend things like Endeavour OS for beginners who are used to a desktop? I have a very specific opinion on Arch versus Endeavour OS, and not many other content creators share my opinion. But you asked me, so I'm going to give you my honest answer. I put a lot of weight on root Linux distributions, and by root I mean Debian, maybe Ubuntu, Arch, Slackware, and similar ones. So the Endeavour OS is basically Arch with easy installer, and maybe not all of the benefits of Arch Linux, which is the main repository of Arch Linux, and all of the customization that the Arch Linux community is making for Arch, and perhaps not always compatible with Endeavour. So let's go from the backside. Why would you want to use Endeavour OS? What is the reason? Why would you want to use that one? Because if you need Arch Linux, usually it is because you get bleeding edge packages. That's one of the most common reasons for using Arch. So if you want to use bleeding edge packages, then there is a good chance that you will be able to install Arch yourself. And if you are unable to install Arch yourself, and mind you, it is really easy. If you're not able to install Arch yourself and you go with Endeavour because it has an easy installer, you're not really getting the exact Arch experience. You're getting, in my opinion, a lesser experience. And I know that a lot of people will kill me for saying this, but I would recommend Arch over every other Arch derivative at any point in time, because all it takes for you to install Arch is just go to Arch Wiki, type how to install Arch. You will get one page of a series of commands that you're going to type, and you will get a fairly easy time in installing, because most of it is just copy pasting. It's really not hard. And while copy pasting these commands, you will be reading the same Arch install wiki page, which is going to explain every command. Okay, actually, let me just show it to you. This is the guide, right? Acquire installation image. Verify signature, not important. Pacman, not important. Prepare installation medium. So you will prepare the installation medium the way you always prepare the Linux installation medium. You're going to flash it to any size USB flash drive, because it only takes a couple, maybe 100 megabytes. It's really small. So once you prepare the installation medium, this is done exact same way with any other Linux distribution. Boot it up. When you boot it up, you will get how do I put it? Command line interface, right? So what you're going to do, you're going to go through this. Actually, do you all, there is 13 of you on stream. Do you want me to install Arch Linux, like literally right now? Excuse my last comment. As you can guess, I'm a bit of noob to Linux. There is no need for excusing the comments. It's just that I don't want to give popular answers to people. I'm giving my own opinions, because it's me who you have asked, and I'm giving you my answer. So what you will learn about me is that I don't go with popular, what's popular out there. I'm just giving you what I honestly believe. Northern Chimp says, yeah, but it's copy-paste learning. This is a good way to learn, because people think that installing Arch Linux is like super difficult. It's actually not. My friend, I don't fear the installation process by my security. I don't know anything about security, firewall, AppArmor, SA Linux, or one time Paro and yay broke. Okay, I have another opinion on that. You said that yay broke on you. So that means that you have been using Arch user repository. I use Arch Linux. I don't use Arch user repository. So how is that possible? Why not? I mean, nobody is forcing me to use Arch user repository. I don't want to use Arch user repository. I don't trust it. I don't trust people behind the Arch user repository. And I have just decided not to use it. I don't even have it configured. So I don't use yay. I don't expect anything to break, because from the base repository of Arch base and Arch extras, everything is properly tested, usually. I don't have any fears that anything is going to break. I just don't use our. If you have the time, I'm interested in Arch install. And the Northern Chimp says that was a provocative question. Yes, it makes sense. I also would leave to avoid the hour, to be honest. I'm not saying that hour is bad. It's just that I don't want to deal with hour. I'm pretty comfortable with Flatpaks, which are confined in their own way, and they give me everything that I am missing out from not using the Arch user repository, right? I'm pretty sure I have Arch on this disk drive here. Let's give it a go. Rebooting laptop. Press the button F12 on ThinkPad in order to change the boot medium. Entering boot menu. USB hard drive. Let's see if we have Arch installer here. Yes, we do. Arch from December. There is one newer from January, but that does not really matter. Let's boot in normal mode. Arch Linux installed. Let me just move my picture. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Let's move my camera out of the way. UEFI with speech. We don't need that. Let's go with the first option. So what this is going to do, this is going to boot the base operating system. And then actually I lied. It's not 100 megabytes, it's 1 gigabyte in size. I lied. It was an accident. Give me a second. I want to change this the name of this stream because we are doing something completely different. Just give me a second to change the stream name. Oh, I'm typing on the wrong keyboard. Need a second. There we go. Okay, so now we need installer. We need install instructions somehow on this screen. Okay, I'm doing a lot of juggling here with my screens. So what I am going to do now is move my laptop. I just want to explain what happened here on screen. The right side of the screen is the left side of the HDMI out from my laptop on which we are installing Arch Linux. The left side of the stream is my stream PC with the web browser from which we are going to copy paste commands so that I can show you the level of how difficult or easy this is. Also, I might want to pull the chat here so I can see it while working. Okay, I have did a lot of juggling here, but that's fine. Boot live environment. Set the console keyboard layout. Okay, the problem might be that you don't really see this very well, but I will try to set the font to a higher one if I can make it. Locale. List kmaps and grep. There is no Zrot. Okay, we need Croat keyboard because that's mine. If you're using English one, then you can skip this step entirely. Load keys Zrot. Okay, so now we can type Croatish keys, which we don't really need. Set font there 132b 132b with a dash. Nice. Okay, so the installer is already the install instructions already knows that we are doing a live stream, and they have already told us which font to use in order to make it more readable on your screen. Please type something in chat so I know that the chat is still working on my screen. I have it somewhere around here. Okay. Verify the boot mode. Okay, we already know that we have booted in UEFI mode, but that's me who knows this. Let's type what it says. Firmware FI firmware platform size 64. So it is in UEFI mode. There is part of the hate on the hour that I don't get. Those who feel unsafe with an open app store are probably iOS users. I'm not a part of the hour hate. I'm a part of people who are not very familiar with Arch user repository, and this is the reason why I don't want to use it, because in order to use it, I need to learn more about it before I start using it. And right now I am not comfortable enough about digging deeper because I'm afraid that I'm going to break my system with something that end users are preparing for me. I have been Arch user for only half a year, and I'm going to show you the Arch base and not Arch user repository. So if you are ready to use the Arch user repository, then you are already higher level than I am for an Arch user. So in that regards, you don't need me to show you how to install Arch. I just want to show you how easy it is to copy paste. That's pretty much it. IP link, yeah, okay. Ping. We can ping the internet. Yeah, everything works. So let's just skip all this. Ping archlinux.org. This works as well. So DNS works. Update the system clock. Time, date, etc. Okay, it is pretty much in sync with the universal time zone. So that's, I guess, okay, but it's sync with UTC and not my time zone, which is something we can fix later. Fdisk. Okay, so first things first. This says to use fdisk to partition your hard drive, but I have easier hack for you. Use disk. This is just listing the disks. So what we have here, can you see it? No, you can't see my mouse. Basically, it says that our SSD device is called dev NVMe 0 and 1, and we are going to access it with CF disk because this is a graphical install. Dev NVMe 0 and 1, and we have a couple of partitions here. Basically, what you will want to do here is prepare all of the same partitions as we already have right now. So in theory, I should not remove any of these, but let's just pretend that we are deleting everything. And now we have nothing on our hard drive anymore. And now we will go with new partition. Let's make it 1 gigabyte. This is overkill for FE partition. We can make it a lot smaller, but just make one for UEFI. One for the swap. Let's go with 10 gigs for the swap file, and the rest we can just go with the rest of our file system, right? So with the 10 gig partition, we want this to be a type of Linux swap. It doesn't have to be 10 gigabytes. Pick your own swap file, whatever you want. And for the first one, it needs to be FE partition. So this is FE system here. This is what you need to do. You need to have one FE partition, maximum 1 gigabyte. Swap file, whatever you want, and Linux file system, however you want it to be in size. So let's type yes, and let's quit. So now when you go back to CF disk application, you will see the same that I did because we have saved the partition table to the hard drive. So let's continue. Example layouts. They are offering some example layouts, but I have already shown you my own layouts. Format the partitions. Okay, so what we need to do, if you see the, what is it here? This is the this is our system partition. This is swap, and this is FE. So we need to format the system partition first. Macfs ext4 dev NVMe 0 and 1 P3. Okay, this is our system partition formatted. That was a general statement. I heard people saying don't use, anyone can publish. What are they doing on Linux? Trident says, hi, I don't want new partition, keep my existing partition at home. You can keep your partitions existing and your existing home, but if you have two partitions, one system and one home, then you can simply not partition anything, but you will probably want to format your system partition because that's where you're installing the new system, and just don't touch the home partition. Basically, that's it. Swap partition, make swap dev NVMe 0 partition. Which one was it? Partition 2. No. Partition NVMe 0 and 1 partition 2. That was swap. Okay. So so for FE partition, we need to make it a fat partition. Make first dot fat minus f 32. I'm just copy pasting. Dev nvme 0 and 1 partition 1. I have a typo. Sorry, I have had a typo. Now it's fine. We have formatted all 3 partitions. Okay, now we need to mount it. Twan says, I'm new to Linux distros. Why do some folks prefer Arch as opposed to, say, Ubuntu? If you are new to Linux distros, then the answer might not be particularly satisfactory, but usually new Linux users tend to go with a distribution that will install itself and be easier for onboarding, while Arch Linux is usually preferred by people who want the latest packages. That is my opinion, because that's how I went from Debian to Ubuntu to Arch. This was kind of my voyage. There was much more distributions in between, but I spent most time on Debian and Ubuntu, and I switched to Arch this year because I wanted to have the latest packages. That's pretty much the reason why I use Arch, and it's pretty easy to use once you get it running. What we need to do next is mount it. Okay, mount dev root partition nvme n1 partition 3 /minute. Okay. For UEFI system, mount the EFI partition. Let's do that. Mount -mkdir. mkdir dev EFI system partition is nvme 0 and 1 partition 1 /minute/boot. Okay. You need to enable the swap partition. Swap on. Dev nvme 0 and 1 partition 2. That's it. So we have activated swap. Now there is a mirror selection, install essential packages. Okay, so let's go with this essential packages. Backstrap -k /minute. This is the destination where our the minute. Actually, let me show it to you. When you go def, you can see the mounted stuff. So if you go to the on the bottom, you will see /minute is my third partition. This is my system partition mounted in my current minute partition, and my current minute partition is what I'm using through the installer. I'm not sure if I explain it correctly, but let's go with backstrap. Backstrap will download stuff that is going to copy the essential stuff to your system partition. So we need base, we need kernel, and we need firmware. Okay, while this is being pulled from the internet, open source Fiddler, I want the latest packages, so I use OpenSUSE and compile everything I need from Git. That is perfectly acceptable way for an experienced Linux user to use their own system. And Twan says thank you. Twan, don't hesitate to put more questions in chat. I feel very happy to answer whatever I am able to answer. Carl says, is swap necessary for all computers regardless of the amount of RAM installed? The answer is no. You don't need to have swap partition or swap at all. However, the way Linux behaves by default is that it will take stuff from your RAM which it considers currently unnecessary, and it will move it to swap just because it can, and just because it has detected that you haven't been using some of the data in your RAM for a while, and it will move it to swap, and it will free up some of your RAM. So you will have more RAM available for your running stuff while not being while not having your RAM full. For example, you have 16 gigabytes of RAM, and for example, you use 10 gigs of your RAM, and at one point you will have the system will take like 4 gigabytes from your RAM, and it will just move it to swap because it will see that you don't really need it, and then you will have like 8 gigabytes of free RAM because some of it has moved to swap. So having swap might be good for overall performance. However, this counterintuitive it may sound. Also, if you haven't made swap partition in the installation, you can add a swap file after the installation, so it's not all doom and gloom if you forget or if you don't do it. The next step, the base does not include all tools from the live installation, so installing more packages may be necessary for a fully functional base system. To install other packages or package groups, append the names to the packstrap command above. Okay, so we need some more packages here. Actually, I will open one more tab here because I know one really good website. You just need to remember the name. Sorry, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, this doesn't really matter. I just wanted to remember something because I saw a good guide that was a little bit richer than the default guide from ArchWiki, but this won't matter for this presentation, right? So the base package does not include all tools from the live installation, so installing more packages may be necessary for a fully functional base system. To install other packages or package groups, append the names to the packstrap command above, or use pacman to install them while check-rooted in the new system. CPU microcode updates, AMD ucode, Intel ucode for hardware bugs and security fixes. This is really important. User space utilities. Okay, let's install some of those. Well, we could have done that immediately, but it is what it is. I have an Intel CPU. Software necessary for networking, network manager. Let's see this. Network manager with the package network manager. Okay. Let's see if we can just add this. I guess we can. Or no. This might need to be one line. But I don't remember installing Network Manager from the first time that I have installed it. I'm stuck a little bit. Var cache pacman corrupted. Yeah, you have a bad teacher today, but we can skip this. Let me just answer. See if this installation will survive my tinkering. Let's skip that. Again, tab -u /minute towards /minute edit tab. Okay, so what we generated here is our tab file. Let me show it to you. Actually, let's do it less. Minute edit tab. This is stuff that is going to be mounted on our, oops, not what I wanted to move. What is going to be mounted on our boot, right? So our 3 partitions. Regarding the earlier comment about OpenSUSE, why would someone choose between OpenSUSE and Arch? It's just a matter of preference. Well, pretty much yes. Most Linux distributions offer a relatively similar experience. The differences are in like default desktop environments or how latest the packages are and stuff similar like that. So it's not very relevant for a beginner who wants to get started with onboarding. It's just later when you learn a lot, then you might develop a kind of a taste, you know, like with wine. If you start drinking wine for the first time, it's going to taste awful, and if you start appreciating wine later, you will start to learn the differences between different types, and you know, the red wine, the white wine, and the different flavors. You just develop the the taste, if I can put it that way. But all of it's still wine, and all of it's still Linux. Okay. Arch root. Sorry for the error above. I got stuck with a stupid scenario. Okay, we are now rooting into the actual Arch hard drive to be the future system. The time zone minus -sf usera share zone info. Region is Europe, Zagreb. It's local time. It's local time. Don't make a typo here. There we go. Hardware clock. Sys TOHC TOHC. So we have synced the time with hardware clock. Locale gen. This needs to be generated. Etc. Locale. We need to edit this file. Nano etc. Locale locale.conf, and we don't have nano. This is a bit problematic at this moment. Do we have VI or Vim? No. Do we have VI? We don't have VI. We don't say. Okay, let's do it blindly. Echo. I should have installed nano during that backstrap. So now we don't have nano, so we can't edit files, but it's not a big deal. Echo lang equals n us dot utf utf-8, and we are going to put this into the file etc locale.conf. There we go. So if we cut this file now etc locale.conf, you can see that we have filled it up with what was required. And now we need to echo kmap equals I think we need to use Croat here because that's my kmap. sole.conf. I'm just checking it to not make any mistakes. Echo arch, by the way, into its host name. Mac init -p. Okay. This is easy. The chat is silent. We have 16 viewers in chat and nobody typing. That's okay. So next up, changing the root password. There we go. You could make a user, but I guess we can make a user afterwards. Why use a nano or Vim if echo is so simple? No particular reason, I suppose. I mean, it's up to you how you wish to edit files, but if you have multiple lines to edit, you might want to use a text editor so you can see what you get. And M. White, I'm just lurking while I try to get audio drivers working on a 2017 MacBook Pro. I just put Fedora KDE on. Wishing you a pleasant stream and a nice day. Thank you for being tuned in. Choose and install a Linux capable bootloader. Okay, We are going to do that now. GRUB. GRUB. Searching for the commands that we need to do. Installation. First install the packages GRUB and fboot. Pacman. Can we use Pacman here? Pacman. We actually can use Pacman here. Okay, I was not aware of this. Installed GRUB. We need a fboot manager. We need a fboot manager. Okay. So now we have text editor as well. Mount the FE system partition, and in the remainder of this section, okay, do we have the FE partition mounted? That is a good question. We don't have it. Choose a bootloader identifier. A directory of that name will be created as FE. Okay. I will make it like this and mount the partition at its not at its dev nvme 0 0 and 1 p1. That was my FE partition, and we're going to put it in boot and FE. Or no, hold up. Cut at its what was the name? First tab. Where is FE partition? It was supposed to go to boot. Then we don't need Ramadir. Let's remove that one. Okay, boot FE. Let's remove that one. Why is it busy now? Unmount boot FE and remove that one and just mount /boot. Okay, now it's mounted properly. Just type mount /boot to pull from the first tab. First install packages GRUB, mount the FE partition, choose the bootloader identifier, execute the following command. Okay. GRUB install target equals x86 64-FE directory sp. That's not right. FE directory. Make sure to install the package and run grub install command. That means if you're booting from the live installation environment, you need to be inside the root. We are there when running grub install. If for some reason it is necessary to run grub install from outside append boot directory, we're not going to need that option with the path. Some others cannot handle bootloader. Okay, then let's just copy paste whatever it says, because I'm not entirely sure. Bootloader minus id equals grub. Yeah, I thought so. The path is not correct. So the path is boot, but efi is supposed to be in a subdirectory. I'm a bit confused here, but let's go with just boot. No errors reported. Oh, it auto-created efi folder. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's what I wanted. I was just unsure if I need to create the efi folder or the efi folder will be auto-created. But we're pretty much done with GRUB at this point. efi directory. Secure boot is not needed here, and let's go back to the Arch installation. Early user space. We don't need any of this stuff. We have now exited our root environment, and we want to unmount the system partition recursively, and we can now reboot. And hopefully this will be functional. I'm waiting for this to finish so I can unplug my installer hard drive. Open source fiddler, I have this in the background and I was doing something else. That is why I was silent. Yeah, that is fine. That is fine. I'm just wondering what is stuck here, because I have unmounted the future system partition, so it's pretty safe to kill the computer right now. But we will give it half a minute more so it kills itself. This job will end in max 15 seconds more. Now? No, it did not kill itself. While it seemed complicated and even tedious, I like how the Arch install has so much documentation with links. Yeah, so the idea with installing Arch for the first time is not to rush it, as I'm pretty much doing right now. The idea is to basically click on most of the links that it provides for you in order to learn about what is behind all of these commands. So there is also an Arch install script which will do everything for you, but that is like an easy mode. I think I'm just gonna kill this installer now because I have no idea why is it stuck. I pressed Ctrl-Alt-Delete and pushed it to reboot and unplugged my installing hard drive. So hopefully it will boot. And it did not boot. Yeah, we screwed up. I screwed up. So, you know, the first time I was installing, I was very careful to read everything it said. And I have done it from the first attempt. So now we have an installation which needs fixing. Airstrike Ivanov. The algorithm has sent you to a broken install. Let's boot up into our installer and try to fix what we have broken. I could install everything from scratch, but that's uncool. It's better to fix stuff when you break them, right? USB. Let's boot up Arch Linux in default mode, So for those of you who are fairly new to the stream, the right side of the stream is my laptop here, the actual laptop on the table. And the left side is my stream PC with the Arch install instructions. Okay, let's go back to the root. Okay, or actually we need a bigger font. Where was the font? Font, sorry, set font there -132B. Okay, that's a little bit bigger. Load keys, throat. Okay, now we can skip all of these things that we have already done, and let's go to root. Let's go to root. There we go. Arch root dev. Oh, just a minute, but we need to mount it first. We need to mount it first. Mount dev NVMe N1P3 on minute, and then we need 1 on minute /boot, and then we need swap on dev NVMe 0 and 1P2. Okay, I'm just continuing from the place where I failed the last time. Okay, now we need to arch root into minute, and now we are in our arch install. For example, nano works. File name to write none. Okay, let's see where we screwed up. Time zone is fine. This is fine. Basically, we failed to install GRUB. That's the only problem. All of this is fine. All of this is fine. We only need to fix GRUB. We need to fix GRUB, and GRUB is already installed, but not properly where it needs to be installed. UEFI firmware are not implemented consistently. The procedure described below is intended to work on a wide range UEFI system, but those experiencing problems despite applying this method are encouraged to share detailed information. EFI example. Okay, we don't need those examples. This section assumes you're installing GRUB x64, which is correct for our modern system here. First install the package GRUB. We already have these installed. Then follow the below steps to install GRUB. Mount the FE system partition. FE system partition is already mounted. It's mounted in /boot. Okay, so let's try again. GRUB install target equals x86 underscore 64 FE directory equals, so it says substitute ESP with its mount point, so that's literally /boot, and minus bootloader minus ID equals GRUB. So that's the exact same command I did last time, and it fails. It always forget to generate default config after installing GRUB. Maybe that's what I did. GRUB install from outside. Okay, so when I press this, no errors reported, and this is where I rebooted, but maybe I forgot something. After the above installation is completed, the main GRUB directory is located at boot GRUB. Okay, let's go boot GRUB, which is where we have our stuff. To how specify alternate location. Note that GRUB install also tries to create an entry in firmware boot manager named GRUB. I suppose this succeeded because no errors reported. This will, however, fail if your boot entries are full. Use FE boot manager to remove unnecessary entries. Remember to generate the main configuration file. So that's what I forgot as well. If you use the options removable, note FE directory are specific. Okay, generate the main configuration file. After the installation, main configuration file needs to be generated. The generation process can be influenced by a variety of options and scripts. GRUB config -o /boot grub.cfg. I think this is the only thing that I forgot to do in my first attempt. So after installing or removing a kernel, okay, to automatically add entries for other installed operating systems. We don't need this. I think we're good. I think this is the only one command that was missing. Exit unmount /mnt reboot. Installation medium removed once again. Let's see what happens now. There we go. GRUB is here. Let's just leave it to start booting. And there we go. We have installed Arch Linux. Okay. Root. Let me just zoom in a little bit with a bigger font once again. Where was the font size? Sorry, I'm trying to remember the font size, boot live environment, set font. Okay, set font there, minus 132.132b. Okay, we don't have this one anymore. It doesn't matter. Yeah, okay, so what we need at this point is desktop environment. So let's go with, let me just show you, okay. Can we install KDE? Okay, this is the wrong mouse, not wrong mouse. Arch install KDE Plasma. I just want to show you for SSD and VME brands. I don't have any preferences for SSD and VME brands. I use ADATA, ADATA, ADATA drive because it was the best bang for the buck, but that's the only reason why I bought that one. Samsung ones are pretty awesome, but also expensive. So Arch Linux, Arch Wiki is really good, and wherever you're stuck with Arch Linux, there will be a solution on Arch Linux Wiki. My family is currently coming home, so there will be some noise here. Install Plasma Meta. I'm just gonna mute myself for a second. My dog detects every change in my entire building, so that's pretty much normal. What I wanted to show you is that when you go to Arch Wiki, you will see that it says install Plasma Meta package. Let's open this one and the Plasma group. The difference between Plasma Meta and Plasma reference package group. Alternatively, for a more minimal Plasma installation, install Plasma desktop package. So upstream KDE has package and setup recommendations to get a fully featured Plasma session. Okay, so we can go here, Plasma desktop meta package. Let's just see. Okay, this is really small. Plasma meta. Plasma meta package to install KDE Plasma. Plasma group. I think Plasma group will install everything, if I'm not mistaken. So let's just go with that very simple command. Pacman -s and just type Plasma. 60 members. Let me just see Plasma meta. How many packages is this? Okay, this is almost nothing. Let's go with Plasma and default all, and it will ask you which I don't think you can read this, but it's asking for the multimedia backend, and you can choose between FFmpeg and GStreamer, and I'm just gonna go with FFmpeg. And now it's asking about two providers for jack, pipewire jack. Let's go with pipewire. And now for the true type font, let's just go with the default one. On more fonts, just choose default one. And now we are going to install 529 packages because why did this not work? Pipewire best. Yeah, we are going to use Pipewire. Always had audio issues, still learning about that one. Yeah, let's see why cannot we. What did I do now? Why can't we? Which one is display capture? I'm totally lost with my with my stream here. Is your network manager enabled? No. Do I have that installed? I might have not installed Network Manager. No, there is no IWCTL. It's capitalized as most. Okay, Network Manager. Thank you. I don't have that one as well. So we are a bit stuck. So unless you have a better solution, we are going to need to boot into our installer once again and install Network Manager from there, and then go back to our actual installs. And that's the only idea that I have right now. But this is a very good school for how not to go from scratch every time and just fix your shit, right? Because when you make a problem, then you fix your problems. Reboot. I think this is actually a very good Arch install stream, because if everything worked from the very first attempt, that would either mean that I'm an Arch genius, or that this is not an interesting stream, or some of the things in between. So let's fix our shit. Carl says, I agree. Yeah, this is a really this is even interesting for me. When I made a first mistake, I was a bit embarrassed, to be honest, and I was thinking about how this was a mistake. But honestly, I think this turned out slightly better than I could have planned it, just for the same reason that I mentioned previously. Set font to a big one there. 123B. Okay, this is a big font. Load keys strat for my keyboard, and now let's mount dev NVMe 1 partition 3 for here, and the first one goes here, and swap on. I don't think this is needed, but let's activate it. Dev NVMe 0 and 1 partition 2. Okay, and arch root into minute. Is this the full command or not? Let me just check in the Arch wiki. Swap on Arch. Yeah, this is the full command. Okay, we are here now, and we can use pacman network manager. How is it possible that there is no network manager here? Network manager. Oh, it's not. It's lower caps. It's lower caps. Yeah. So yeah. Thank you, Jay Watt. Welcome to the stream, and thank you. Thank you. It's a Pac-Man one. Do we want pipe wire now or later? I think we can do that later because we only need networking. Right? If you agree, I will reboot once again now because we have installed network. Jaywatt, I am not entirely new to Arch. I have switched to Arch Linux like half a year ago, but I have only installed it twice so far with the help of the Arch Wiki on my main PC and on my laptop, and that was half a year ago, and I forgot the procedure, and I just wanted to show to everyone live on stream how easy it is to install Arch. And basically, I still claim that it is easy if you read what you're doing, but streaming and talking to people and trying to rush it and prove to everyone that I can do it almost blindly, it was a little bit of a mistake, but also it turned out to be a really good presentation on how to fix your shit when you make a mistake. Once you enable it in systemd, maybe we can we enable it right now, or let's do it later. Unplugged. JWatt, it's not about compiling in Arch Linux. That's Gentoo. Arch is pretty fast in installing packages. I'll show you. Okay. So now I know that you cannot. I know that this whole thing is tiny, but let me try to zoom in a little bit. I have just stretched the screen in the streamer mode, which is a bad thing because you will not see the bottom. Oh well. I have to undo the zoom. You will not be able to see the bottom. Okay, we have networking now. So what I did is in my previous reboot, I went to the installer and added network manager to my installation and rebooted to the actual installation. And now I have started. I really hope you can read it. I have started network manager now, so I got the internet working, and I have also enabled it so that it auto starts on the next reboot. So let's type the command pacman dash capital S and lower caps YU to update the system to the latest packages, and it says that there are no updates, so this is good. And now let's do the pacman install with the capital S Plasma. And once again, we will be asked for a bunch of questions. 1, 2, fonts, and 509 packages are now being downloaded and installed. So now we can talk in chat while this is being installed. Technically, you should be good to go once you enable it in systemd. That's what we did. On it many, I agree. Arch is pretty fast. At some point, I will set up Gentoo or Linux from scratch in a VM just for fun. That's pretty much what I intend to do at some point. It's just that I need to find the right moment to fool around with that. I want to learn how it works in detail inside and out eventually. So for Linux users who are not entirely new but already have tried like Debian or Ubuntu, I think Arch is a good step forward to start digging deeper under the hood, because here is where you're going to learn. Actually, here here is where you're going to actually learn what components are making your system, right? So if you're going to need sound, you're going to use ALSA or something like Pipewire that will bring you ALSA and connections with JAX system. This starts to begin to be interesting, but also there is a lot of automation in Arch Linux, and a lot of things will just work after you cross this point where we are now. The most difficult part is literally behind us at this point. So what we are doing now, I have pulled Plasma package, which is pulling a lot of other stuff that are needed for Plasma to be working. It is pulling audio system, it is pulling Wayland and X graphics system. It will pull graphics drivers that is Mesa drivers, not the actual graphics drivers. Those are in the kernel because we are using Intel graphics card. And we're finished. So now we need, sorry, let's just read the chat fully. I want to learn how it works, details inside. I'm aware. I'm saying compiling kernels and packages is what I feel people see installing RHS. I actually run Gentoo. Okay, so now we need a display manager if we want to log in a neat way. So we need SDDM. You will find that instructions on the Arch wiki, but let's just pull it like this: pacman SDDM for a display manager, and let's install that one. And system ctl enable SDDM, so it auto starts on our next reboot, but we don't have a user yet. So let's add a user. Add user. Sorry, user add dart. Okay, we need a fuller command for that. Okay, user add. Okay, it'll help me out a little bit. User add. Okay, this is too much for now. Let's pull this aside. We need a home folder, group, etc. for the new user. Arch add new user. Oh, I'm typing on the wrong keyboard again. Sorry about that. Arch add new user. Okay, surprisingly, this is not leading us to the Arch wiki. Okay, let's do it like it says. User add -m dart okay, to the wheel group so that we can sudo. Is it A or group? Group. Oh, group password. I'm not reading what I'm doing. Okay. We need a password for that guy. I suppose we are good. And I have moved the wrong screen again. Display, HDMI. Okay, now we want systemctl start sddm. Why does it not start? Where did I make a mistake? Thank you. Saved my ass. And there we go. Display configuration. Let's just check me. Okay, we are 125 zoom. That should be good. Also, the unify screens is much better on Plasma 6. I like this. Welcome to Plasma. We can skip welcoming, being welcomed to Plasma. What do we want to do? What do we want to do with our fresh Arch install? We don't have. How come we don't have console? We don't want console from FlatHub. Why don't we have console? I thought that I installed everything. NeoFetch, of course. Yeah, but we need console first. Control Alt F something like F4 to go back to the console. And Control Alt F2, is it, or 3? Or 1? Oh, it's 1, okay. To go back to the X, our Valent session console. Okay, now console is installed. Sudo pacman -s neofetch. We don't have sudo. This is crazy for me. Okay, now we have sudo. There we go. Dart is not in sudoers file. Okay, this needs fixing. Ta-da! There we go. Plasma doesn't include actual apps. You will need to install Dolphin KDE console from terminal. I think there should be. Let me see. Pacman -s Plasma. There was another package. Plasma Meta. This is not installing anything new. There is another one. Plasma Desktop. This has also installed nothing new. So did I not install the package called Plasma the first time? Now I ran it again and now it has added more stuff. No, it's just reinstalling, sorry. This was just a reinstall. Plasma reference package group. I'm pretty sure there was a meta package. Oh, KDE, all applications, yeah, KDE applications meta. Okay, I found it. KDE applications meta. That might be a mistake to install, and I would recommend you all to just install what you actually need. I'm just looking for where is English. I don't know. Let's go with Croatian. I don't care. Okay, this will pull a bunch of KDE applications, which will be nice for a presentation here on stream. But don't do that on your install. Just install what you actually need. Northern Chimp sounds like my P root tangles. Plasma workspace. Plasma workspace. I don't know. Airstrike Ivanov says 30. That is why I use OpenSUSE. I'm too stupid for this open source fiddler. This is kind of fun. I mean, you learn quite a lot when you do it over and over multiple. I said I only installed Arch 2 times so far, and that was half a year ago. So it's perfectly fine to make plenty of mistakes, in my opinion, as long as you're willing to learn. Because if you're one of those people who will fail in installing Arch and then wipe the hard drive and begin from scratch, then Arch Linux might not be completely ideal for you, as it is a system that will expect from you to actually learn Linux, because the whole idea is to, fix stuff if it breaks. And usually you're the one who is going to break it, because when you use Pacman for updates, a lot of packages, when being upgraded to a vastly newer version, will warn you about what has changed in the meantime and what are steps required from you to continue having a fully functional system without breaking it. The most common way to break Arch is to upgrade the system and not read what your screen says and just answer yes to all. So that's a mistake. We have installed a lot of stuff. We need a web browser. Okay, we have a web browser. We need a game. What is called the game Tux? Super Mario clone. Tux, Super Tux. Super Tux. Okay, so when you put the capital S and the lower caps S together, that is search, so that you can see which package you are looking for. And we're going to install Super Tux now. Open source fiddler, I'm impatient, and if something is not working for me since the beginning, I tend to give up, like with the Pine book. Well, it is what it is. You can always use Ubuntu. Super Tux. Start the game. Story mode. Airstrike Ivanov, I jumped into Linux for real like 5 or so years ago and went straight into Arch. Took me 2 full days to get it installed right the first time, but I did it. Rolling on the floor laughing. It's very nice to read that. My stream is 30 FPS, so this might not look very pretty on stream, but on my end it's super smooth. Do you have something else that you want me to install on Arch? I mean, it's pretty functional at this point. Maybe Carl has some extra questions. I'm very happy to answer whatever I feel that I can. Hyprland? Liampas says Hyprland. Yeah, we can do Hyprland. Where is my pointer? Okay, so once you're in Arch Linux, basically you use pacman minus capital and smaller s, and you type hyper, and then you will get the list of all the packages that contain the word hyper. So basically I would just advise to install everything that is Hyprland based. So starting with hyper cursor, pacman install hyper cursor. Let me just see. Okay, hyper graphics, hyper idle, Hyprland. I'm not sure if Hyprland will pull all of them together or not, but just install everything because you will need it. Hyprland Qt utils, hyperlang. I don't think this is needed, but let's just take everything. Hyperlock. This is the lock screen, of course. Hyperpaper. This is the wallpaper software. Hyperpicker. Hyperutils. Hypervalent. I don't know what this is, but I'm going to install it anyway. I mean, I would recommend reading about every single package, what it does, to see if you really need it. I'm just going to cram it into a faster install by installing everything. XDG desktop portal Hyprland. This one is important for screenshot, screen recording, OBS, and all those kinds of things. Airstrike Ivanov, I want to eventually get into Hyprland, but every time I try, I struggle to get it used and back to Plasma. And don't forget Weibar. What is Hyprland, Cal? Hyprland is a modern, pretty-looking tiling window manager. Tiling means that everything will always be in full screen, and you will you will see, but you can quickly search on the internet what it means to use a tiling window manager. But it's one of the new ones. We need pacman -s Weibar. We need Weibar. Thank you for reminding me. And we also need what the default terminal is called, Kitty. Kitty. Okay, we need Kitty. And at this point, I would say that we are ready to try Hyprland. Close the window, log out of our session. Okay, on the SDDM picker, you will choose Hyprland, up left corner, and just log in, like always. Okay, so you are not seeing exactly what I'm seeing because the screens are not synced. But at this point, you can press Super button, which is the one with a Windows sign, Super button, and Q to get the Kitty. Oh, you can see now. Okay, so it says that you're not using the any configuration file. So just type Super and Q to get the terminal working, and I'm not sure which command is to zoom in on the terminal, but let's just edit the config file. cd.config, and we need to go to the cd.hyper. We don't have Hyprland. Make directory dot, no, sorry, it's cd hyper. Oh, we have Hyprland. Okay, and we have the default configuration. This is very good. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to tune our monitors first. But first we can get rid of the message on the top of the screen. We are going to do that by removing this line auto-generated, and as soon as you save it, it will be gone because Hyprland config file is working live. As soon as you press save, everything gets applied. So monitors is the first thing that you want to do. We are having two monitors at this point, which is fine. I suppose I can work on your monitor on the stream. The way this works is you can click on the link here that will take you to the documentation for how to configure monitors. So just hold the control button and click on this, and it will open. Maybe control is not needed, but it will open your browser, right? Okay, so the general configuration for a monitor says monitor equals name of the monitor, resolution, position, and scale. So the name of the default monitor. Sorry, Kyle, as you can see when I clicked it, the link, my terminal got shrinked and the browser opened in the rest of the 50% of the screen. This is called tiling. It is the like default behavior of the automatic tiling. It just let me show you. When I open another terminal, I'm just gonna press Windows Q, and it opens up another terminal and another and another and another. This is automatic tiling. Okay, so I'm just gonna press Windows C to close this one, close this one, close this one, close this one, and close this one. So this is how it works. It's automatic tiling, and you always use the whole screen. It's in my opinion, this is practical for smaller screens, but this is just my personal opinion. My main screen is 42-inch, and I don't like tiling on that one. I liked my main work to be in the center of the screen, and this is not very practical with tiling. Okay, so it says monitor equals comma. This means that the first example, I'm not sure if you can see my mouse. I don't think that you can see my mouse, or you can. You should be able to see my mouse. The name of the monitor is not defined. So what that means is that it automatically detects every next monitor that you hook up. If you want to have a very specific fixed set of monitors, then you need to know what your monitors are called, where they are plugged into which port of your graphics card, and then you can make a really fixed setup. So whenever you plug in this particular monitor into Hyprland, it will always call the exact same configuration as you would expect for that particular monitor. So for example, more zoomed in, more zoomed out, this resolutions or that resolution. So this is by default using any monitor. Resolution is being preferred. Position is being preferred. What position means is that where the monitors are positioned, one above the other, one next to another, you know, or slightly offset, or however you want them to be. So this is all automatic, and this is all perfectly fine for this stream. And the scale is automatic. The scale means how much you zoom in. So one parameter, 2, 3, 4. So the fourth one is scale. So this is the first parameter, second parameter, third parameter, and the fourth parameter. So if you want the scale not to be automatic, then you can just type 1 for the 100% zoom, and when I press save, it will unzoom everything to 100%. If you press 1.5, it will zoom in to 150%, which is exactly what happened now, and this is more convenient for the stream because you need to see what I'm doing. Carl says, I'm watching on a 43-inch TV, so I can see everything, including your mouse. Yeah, okay. But you know, sometimes people are watching on their phones, and that's not ideal for small text. So what we need to do next, we can go through the default configuration, but monitor is something that is fairly important. By default, it uses terminal called KDE. This is something that I have already installed. This is what you call by default key combination Windows or super key and Q. A file manager is Dolphin. You call that one with super and E. Let me show it to you. Super and E calls Dolphin file manager, so you can use the file manager. Closing programs is being done with super and C, like that, and it's gone. Menu calls Wofi, and I don't think that's installed, but this one is called via super key and R. Let's try it, but I don't think this is installed. R does exactly nothing. Okay, let's install Wofi. Pacman minus S. Actually, let's not install Wofi, let's install Rofi. I like that one more. Rofi, unless you're root. Why am I not root? Pacman minus S Rofi. Okay, let's install both. Wofi, yes. Let's do another terminal, so we have one root and one normal user. nano.config hyper and hyperlet config, and let's go to where the Wofi was defined. Okay, let's go with Rofi and save, and now press super and R. Why is it not working? What about this one? This one works. Okay, this needs a little bit of tuning, but basically what both Wofi and Rofi applications do is you just call them with super and R, and then you can call an application like, I don't know, calculator, and that's how you run applications on a tiling window manager, usually by typing, usually by calling Wofi, Rofi, or similar finder type of application, and then typing the first few letters of the application that you wish to call, unless you configure your system to use some other shortcuts, so that you can use literally just shortcuts to call your favorite applications that you always run, such as is the file manager that is being literally called by clicking the super and E, which is something that I have already demonstrated. This is tiling window managers are not something that will come out of the box functional for pretty much nobody, and it is expected of you to have the willpower and the desire to configure it to your own needs. And this is something that you will do by reading a lot of documentation, looking at a lot of examples of the dot files of other people, how they did it, and etc. And let me just go through the auto start. So in auto start, by default, it can run the terminal for you if you want on the first run. nm applet, we don't have that installed. We can do it now. I think that's the system tray. snm applet. I guess not. Let me just check. what's it called? Network Manager applet. The file is called Network Manager applet. Okay. Okay, now we have nm applet. Okay, this is something that we are going to need. We can automatically launch the terminal. We can automatically launch Waybar and Hyperpaper and Firefox. This all seems reasonable for automatic launching. We are going to need to configure Waybar, and I'm going to explain what that is, but it is pretty essential for a tiling window manager. Look and feel, gaps, colors, all kinds of things. This is all very, this is nothing really important for this stream. This is for a very personal, taste. Variables, animations, layers, workspaces. Nothing here is very relevant unless you want to change the keyboard. Key bindings. Key bindings are very, very important in the tiling window manager. So by default, they are giving you super plus Q to execute the terminal, C to kill the focused window, M to kill the entire session, E to execute file manager, V to toggle window to become a floating window. So let me show you what that does. Super V to toggle, how they put, you need to hold the super button and the right mouse button, or the left mouse button. Okay, the left one. So now it's kind of a floating, right? And then you can press super and V to attach it back into the tiling area. Also, if you need more space in the web browser, you can hold the super button and the right mouse button and just resize stuff like this on the fly. Super plus R executes the menu. P, I have no idea what this is. J, toggle split. I don't know what that does. It doesn't really matter at this point. Bindings. Okay, this is for moving between workspaces, not important at this point. Now we need to see if Waybar even works without a configuration. Waybar. It actually does work. Okay, it will complain about various stuff because you need to configure it, but the basic stuff actually works. Let's see if we can change the workspaces, like super plus 2. Yeah, we can. So super plus 1 is the desktop. Where is my pointer? Super plus 1 is the desktop. I got lost because I have two monitors, but basically you have more than one desktop, right? So this is what you're seeing now is desktop 2. What you're seeing now is desktop 3. And desktop 1 is on my laptop, and this is something that you cannot see. So if you go to the third screen, you can call one big terminal here, or maybe let's kill the terminal and let's go back to the second screen and focus on the Firefox and press super shift and 3. And what this does, it moves the Firefox from the second workspace to the third workspace. So now what I have is I have Firefox in my third workspace, and I can switch with super and 2 and 3 buttons between second and third workspace if I need a web browser or if I want to work on my terminals, right? This is how it works. The reason why there is super weird glitchy signs above is because these waybar modules, the bar on the top is called waybar. It basically shows you some useful information about your system, and you can configure it to your heart's desire. The reason why there are some hieroglyphic symbols is because it is trying to show my battery status, which is here, and my CPU here by using a font that I don't have installed. And the way we can fix that is by going to Firefox and saying waybar missing font Arch Linux. I have no idea what the name of the font is. Missing icons on waybar. This should font awesome. OTF font awesome or nerd font. Let's install both. OTF font awesome. Okay, let's kill waybar and start it again. And there we go. The icons are now fixed. It was called OTF font awesome. Okay, I'm back. I will need to finish this stream because my family needs this room, but let me just kill the whole session so you can see what it looks like when you log in cleanly. So let's just press Super and M. This is going to nuke my session and go back to the login manager. We already have Hyprland picked here, and we'll type my password. This is going to call waybar above and one terminal and one web browser. And all of this actually happened, but on the wrong screen. It happened on the first screen, right? Because the first screen is on my laptop. So let me just move the Firefox to the second screen, and let me move my already opened terminal to the second screen. So that's pretty much it. We have done a whole lot today, and this screen has been going on for more than 4 hours at this point. So basically what I got was a recording of myself installing Debian, and I'm going to cut that out and publish it as a separate video just for how to install Debian. I will try to simplify it for the normal video release as much as I can, and that should be fine. Whether or not I will use this Arch installation as a video, that is a good question. Do you all think that what we did today with Arch install and all of the mistakes I made, do you think that this is a good material for a release video, like with a title, how to install Arch Linux like a noob, or how not to install Arch Linux, or something along those lines? Or do you think that a release video for how to install Arch should be done in a very scripted way with no mistakes? What do you think? What do you think it would be a better approach? I mean, there is a lot of how to install Arch videos on the internet. So I don't really think that one more would change anything for better or worse, right? Max or Macuse says, okay, we will see you next time. Thank you so much and think mistakes are important. The first title for noob sounds good. Okay then I will save this recording and see if I can compile it into how to install Arch and how to fix when you don't do it properly. I think I have a fairly good idea on how to make it a functional video, but it will require a bit of editing. But yeah, thank you all for attending the stream. This has been a really cool afternoon for me. And I guess I'm gonna see you on my Matrix chat if you're there. It's linked below this video, and if not, we are going to see each other's in comments. I pretty much answer almost all of them. And have a nice weekend. Bye bye.